Hey XI, how you doing? The Hexo. I'm just editing my prediction widget code right now because right now it doesn't seem to be actually doing anything. Um, it should be um, what is it logging under? Oh, it's not even using script log. It's logging under the direct scripting systems log. What? I don't even know why I have all of these set to run this code. This should happen last. Essentially, my prediction widget is what handles automatically ending the prediction if nobody takes it. But apparently table to string no longer exists, despite being in the documentation, which means it must exist. Unless it's util now, it's util.table to string, that's why. I've moved it. Um, that's going to be why our prediction widget hasn't worked. So I'm going to really quickly test this. I'm going to delete the prediction because nobody answered. I'm going to create another prediction. And I'm going to wait 3 seconds. And I'm going to lock it. Okay. It got deleted immediately. Okay. Excellent. That is what we expect. But everybody, how are you doing today? I'm going to change to Gremlin. Not because I'm not already Gremlin, but because Gremlin is not centered on the screen correctly. There we go. Matt, how you doing? So, Quick update on the video processing. We're actually almost up to date. We have 4 days of videos left. I actually need to make sure that I don't... Hold on. I need to upload these to YouTube, like, right now. I will forget, process them, and then delete them. Hey, Oblivion. How you doing? I also need to make a spreadsheet for Donathon incentive tracking, because I haven't actually had a spreadsheet, and I should probably do that now before we get too far into not remembering. Where is my page for this? Don't I have a... Oh, it's here. I might be a little bit out of it. Did the Donathon end? No. Why does the timer say it's empty? What? Did I forget to pause it again? I'm pretty sure I paused it. That's fine, though. We can just look at the last second of the previous VOD. We'll get that fixed. That's not a problem. Okay. All right. All right. Check. I just want to make sure I don't miss anything. I'm gonna go check my Stream Elements dashboard. Be 100% sure. Okay. Then we need to make an auto... Actually, we need to turn this into a table. And I need a total row to keep track of the total incentive. We're actually not too far away from the next tier for global incentives, which is set my desktop wallpaper for a year. That's exciting. We are, what, $21 off? $20.80? Yes. Okay, let's go find the last second of the previous VOD to go figure out what the timer is supposed to be at. Where are we supposed to be? So let's do... Also, hey, Canyon. How you doing? Let's do sub ad time. I know that there was at least 8 hours. There was quite a bit of time left on it. I skipped to the last second. Did I forget to pause it though? I seem to remember pausing it after the stream. Maybe I didn't. Maybe that's why. We'll go from the last input in game, because that'll add like an extra 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, so the timer is 9 hours 56 minutes. It's not letting me do that. Hey, yeah. I have to do this in the Stream Elements dashboard. Oh, Stream Elements. Why do you do this? Edit. Open control panel. Reset the timer. Set the initial time to 9 hours 56 minutes, was it? Yes, 9 hours 56 minutes. There we go. The timer is fixed. Oh, you know what? Because the timer is actually already opaque, that means I did forget to turn it off. This is now the second time I've done that. Look, I never claimed to be competent. I might be a little stupid. That's okay though. Yeah, how's everybody doing? At the idiot. Oh, I need to upload these videos now before I forget to do that right now. I'm pretty sure that the latest upload I have is the 30th of June. Yes. Did it not upload? What? Where's my little uploaded thing? So why is the page repeatedly opening? Wait, am I uploading or not? Not showing the little flyer that says, hey, you're uploading shit. But it is trying to stop me from leaving the page. Upload interrupted. Hold on. We'll delete this video. Upload videos. Go to my folder. Drag in all three of these. Okay. Cool. That's running now. That's going to take probably an hour and a half, which is fine. Yeah, unless it's going in reverse order, in which case it'll take 3 hours. But yes, I am currently doing some video processing. We're actually almost up to date. We only have 3 days left after this Just Cause VOD processes. It's the 15-hour Just Cause 3 VOD, which is going to take some more time. It's been going for 2 hours. We're at 9 hours, 16 minutes for the cursor, but we'll get there. The current output file is 38.5 gigabytes, cinema. But the input file is 281, so it's still good. The input file set. How much is the input file set? Hold on. 459 gigabytes. So we're processing that. That'll be done, hopefully. And then we have the 3 Helldivers VODs. But today's goal is to actually create some new software. And the thing is, right, one of the things that bothers me about content creation is how shit it is to caption things. Sorry, did that just write IZ? IZ isn't a word. Anyway, but yes, I want to create a tool that will allow me to caption both shorts and long form videos alike using customizable text rendering, primarily just color and outline. I had a couple ideas to like accent the text if there's like if you're loud, so like if you're screaming or something, maybe it would turn the text red or something. I don't know, man. When did we get Pet Pet? That was a while ago, actually. It was like I mean fuck, I don't remember. It was like 3 weeks ago or something. Yeah. I finally made the executive decision because one of the things is like um for the actual model overlay is it was never actually placed in the same spot because all of the models have different sizes. But I made this thing where if I load, let's say Akamid, right? You can see it automatically repositions Akamid to be in the correct place on the screen. Now if you pet, Akamid will be pet. Maybe not perfectly accurate, but it's pretty close. So yeah, now that everything is scaled to the right place, it's possible to do that. The 3D models aren't as sorry, Dusk isn't a command. The 3D models aren't as consistent. Because they don't have. I mean, it's pretty close. Yeah, just lean into it a bit. But yeah, do good model to load. We could go to the Hachimi model. I have to load any 2D model though to get there. I mean, I could just click the button, but that takes effort. Oh, I'm in your imagination. Yeah, this one doesn't have auto scaling yet. This one isn't even in the model list. I should probably just. I mean, fuck it, we can do that now. Oh, maybe not 16K. That's gonna take a while. Okay, we now have a render of the character. Now we have to open the folder. We have to, I'm assuming it's this one. We have to paste it to my desktop. I said we have to paste it to my desktop. Okay. Open with paint.net. Need to crop the image to be a square. Okay. Kind of try to center the square a bit. Crop. Need to resize to be 128 by 128. I need to resize without the sampling being set to nearest neighbor. We'll use bicubic. Maybe we'll use Lanxos. Bicubic doesn't look that good. Are they really 128 by 128? Hold on. One 128 by 128 looks pretty bad. The 256 by 256, that's why. It's not the right resolution. I was like, I'm pretty sure that the detail is better than that. Okay. Now we save as a 32-bit PNG. Come over here. Run opto PNG here. Which will take a while because there's actually a bunch of other images that it has to get through first. Okay. So I actually think I need to reconvert the image to be an AVIF file. So ffmpeg input VTS. Output is VTS.avif. Is it not transparent anymore? It converted to RGB and not RGBA. GBRP. How do I convert things to AVIF without it losing its transparency? What tool was I using? Do I have Image Magic installed? Nope. Um, what tool did I use? Huh? Okay, it can't be this. Maybe Paint.net will just allow me to output avif directly? Because I did not use FFmpeg. There's no way. It's so ass. You have to like create an alpha mat. Can I just write avif? I can. Okay. That's how I did it then. Okay. Took a second to dial in the settings there. Um, maybe it was transparent because even Peak and Image Magic aren't showing them as transparent. Griffin View shows it as transparent. What does my web browser call it? Hold on. The web browser shows it as transparent, I think. Kind of difficult to tell. If I reopen it in Notepad, not Notepad, Paint.net, it's transparent. It's a lot of noise actually in the background, but this is good enough. So we'll call this. What are we going to call this character? I mean, notably, they can't be a centurion because they don't have markings on the wings. Like, we can't use the list of centurion names. Why am I angry? When did I click that? Um, hmm, we need a name. Hey, Hypno. How you doing? Uh, the hardest part is always the name. We're going to call. Wait, are they not centered in the image? Are they not centered? It might be 1 pixel off, actually. Which means I can't fix it because then if I fix it, she'll be right of center by 1 pixel. Need a name. Mm, you know what? We're gonna be lazy. Her name is Lily. All right. Connect current window to remote host, which I finally set up key authentication, so I don't have to like manually log in. Science is finally there. All right. So now we go to models. We upload lily.avif and lily.png for those who don't support avif. We open the models listing. Oh, I'm gonna have to add a new artist link too. This is actually gonna be a little bit involved. Wait, what? Why are you wrapped in an object? Does that work? That shouldn't work. Wait, no, you are wrapped in an object. You should be opening here. It should be down a scope too. That's why it looks weird. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just putting in all of the information for the model. It isn't exactly that fast. So we'll put you in the list. Product name is customizable VTuber Hachimi. It's one. Okay. So theoretically, everything is up to date on the website now. At least she should be in the list. She's not in the list. Why are you not in the list? Oh, she's not in the list because of caching. That's why. Test the link. Test this link. Okay. So those both work. Now I need to put her actually in the model registry because she isn't in the model registry. And thus you can't actually switch to her. So, model change. I need to rename the model actually. That's gonna be one of the problems. I need to load a different model. Need to rename the folder that is in. Okay. Need to reload. Actually, yeah, no, I do need to reload. Okay. Okay, scale is too large. Y is in the wrong direction. Scale is still too large. Do I need to do negative scale? Okay. Y needs to be negative 0.5. Scale probably needs to be negative 20. We're getting closer. I need to explicitly set X is 0. That didn't do anything. Okay. Y is negative 0.75. Okay. Scale needs to be probably -5 instead of -20. Nope, -35? It's weird because this model is small, not large. I didn't finalize the entry. Yes, this is what centering a model looks like. It is a lot of trial and error. Why am I so tall? What is going on? On my screen, I am, like, pretty well centered, but on the screen for the stream, I'm not. I'm, like, quite high. That's so weird. Wait, I am high. Huh? I'm not even in the model name registry anymore. Did I accidentally delete the model name registry? No, I just didn't have the right one open. Scale might actually need to be 25 and Y is -48. This works. No, I need the Y to be higher, not lower. I guess lower, not higher. Okay, now I'm scaled pretty well, I'd say. Decently enough. Okay, how does this look like on the main view? I think I'm still too large, honestly. I say scale is -35. Good enough. Okay. But yes, today we're doing software development. Now that all of that is out of the way, we have our scale correct. Lily is now both named and in the model list. And we can get to the whole doing the fun thing. Okay. So the first order of business is to do something I don't usually do. We're going to do some planning. That's right. Moving on up in the world, I'm actually doing planning for once. Typically, I just kind of go into it because it's not usually that complicated. But this one is actually an app where making missteps could cost a lot of time. I want to be a little bit more methodical about it. I'm gonna quickly check, make sure I haven't missed any redeems or anything. Nope. Okay. I just like to check because if I don't have my OBS open locally, I actually can't hear any sounds because they all play through OBS. All right. Planning. Yes. I need to open Visual Studio and put it on the thing. Okay. So right now, here's something that I made to do a little test. So one of the problems that I have is this application has to generate a new frame for every single frame of the video. And how I've done that in the past for things like the music progress bar, right, is that I've generated a PNG for every single frame and concatenated them in FFmpeg. Now, that's not very fast. In fact, that's actually atrociously slow. So what I'd like to do, and maybe we start by modifying the other app instead. to get some experience with it. But the idea is, instead of saving a PNG for every single frame, let's send that data to FFmpeg over a pipe. Oh, it looks like we actually do that already. Do we? It's still not amazing because we are doing full like encoding, and we don't necessarily need to. What I would like to do is save this instead in something like image format.raw, which doesn't exist apparently. Does bitmap support transparency? I think bitmap doesn't do compression. Is bitmap uncompressed? Is BMP uncompressed? Strictly lossless. That's not what I asked. Every individual pixel is raw uncompressed. Yes. Hmm. Curious to see if I can just send straight up color data to FFmpeg as well. Ideally, some sort of actual image file is probably best. So like what I'm getting at here is like if I run this, I should still have data from the previous run. So the length is 102 seconds. Let's bump that up to let's bump it up to 6 minutes, 600 seconds, right? If I click do the thing, we started at 40 on the timer. It's rendering about a second per second. And this is a very simple thing that's also reusing a lot of the bitmap anyway. So I think that it is my theory that most of the time is spent saving the image to PNG. And if I had been paying enough attention to start recording the CPU profile, I would have known that. But I didn't, so here we are. Turning on recording stopped the diagnostic tools from working, but we'll see how this works. Yeah, so it's not recording. We'll just do it from debug, that's fine. We'll do the same thing, making it 6 minutes long. I guess while this is going, I can open the debugging app window here. What I'm looking at. You can see it's not atrociously slow, but it's by no means fast, right? And we're not doing the hard part. FFmpeg is. So if we take a look into this active section of code, we can follow the hot path, find out most of it is in refreshing the control. And also, let's see. Yeah, add frame is spending a decent amount of time. It's like it's most of the time in the actual renderer is spent saving the frame. The idea is to instead do it as a bitmap. I don't know if this will work. I don't know if FFmpeg is expecting only PNG. but I'm curious to see if this will improve the speed at all. Um, it seems to have raised it quite a bit. Let's see. Add frame is still using a decent amount of time. So what I want to see is FFmpeg pipe color data directly. So we can use format raw video, pix format, RGBA32, video size is actually not known. That is an issue. We don't know. We have to add parameters for it. Hmm, forgot about that. Okay. So then with this, instead of saving the bitmap at all, we can do b.lockBits, new rectangle of 0, 0, b.width, b.height, image lock mode dot read only, pixel format dot format, 32 bits per pixels, RGBA. Um, then we can do b dot, or let's see, b dot, or I need to copy the data to a stream, which I don't think I can do. I can't write from nins. I need to save this to a variable. Does that work? We'll reference this directly to bd.height. Oh, since this already includes length information. So the theory is this is faster because I don't unlock the bit shit. To do that. This should be faster because it doesn't do any encoding. it's so fast it doesn't even work. Um, um, I think that the pixel format doesn't exist is the problem. Okay. Yeah. So this is way faster. This is actually extremely fast compared to what it used to be. Instead of 30 frames per second, we're getting about 300. Yeah, that's a lot faster. We're also not saving as many bitmaps. Actually, I think we are, but um, I think it's the same bitmap. I wonder if we could lock it and then still use it in GDI Plus, because then we don't have to deal with locking it and unlocking it. I don't know. I think probably not, because we're locking the bitmap, therefore it shouldn't work. And also, it is copied into a new array, so it wouldn't even be up to date. Unless I used a bitmap that is in memory. Can I do that? Hold on. Ben. This is like bitmap dot from h bitmap. And what I'm wondering is, can I hold that in memory? Hmm. I'm not sure. It probably is trying too hard to make this faster though, because this only takes like 10 seconds now to render an entire video, which might not be in the right format, because we might send the data in the wrong order. um, let's quickly check that. Looks to be in the right format, other than the fact that it's not the right length. Oh, that was the release one. It's the debug one we're looking for. Oh yeah, no, it's not in the right order. So we have a cyan bar. It does look like alpha is right. So we are sending ARGB. FFmpeg should be expecting ARGB. We know that alpha is right. Actually, I guess we don't. Could just be black. So I can't actually play this over transparency. The only program I have that'll actually open this is Kdenlive. Um, ow, my ears. Um, so the alpha is right. But what isn't is the colors. Weirdly enough, the bar is yellow, but the bar should be white. So I'm not sure what's up with that. It is cyan, so we expect to be sending red and blue, and we're actually sending green and blue. Are we? Yeah. So how is that happening? We asked for ARGB, we asked for format ARGB, we are copying directly to it. We could instead do BGRA. Maybe we can't. It was 32 bits per pixel ARGB, right? Yeah, it was. Why are you not accepting this in the right format? What if we ask it in the other direction, BGRA? It is freaking out. I should probably make this less long. All right. So BGRA is actually right. Yeah, so it's BGRA is the format I need. And that is very fast. It would be faster still if we weren't on debug. And we can test that. You test that by running it without the debugger. Yeah, so it's about 300 FPS or 300 FPU. So I think the update is every half second, so 600 FPS. We could try to optimize it more, but I think it's probably unnecessary considering you only need to do this once for the entire thing. We try to make it slower by placing many markers. The idea being to get the frame to take as long as possible. Change the image size to be taller, change the bar to be lower. A lot slower now. It's like 500 FPS. Although to be fair, I think most of that is just the there's a lot more markers, and GDI plus is very slow at drawing text. Which is actually one of the things we'll have to contend with here, is that GDI plus is pretty slow. We might end up using Skia or something. I'm not sure yet. I do want to try one thing. So in the animation renderer, we use drawString to draw the timecodes. Actually, we don't redraw the markers most of the time. Most of it is just updating the line for the bar. Hold on a minute. We could probably make this even faster. The idea is this: we don't clear the graphics. We do if new active color does not equal p active bar dot color, or new inactive color does not equal p inactive bar dot color, then redraw bar equals true. And the idea here is that if we aren't to redraw the bar, we don't need to clear this. Um, so if we're not clearing the graphics, we don't need to redraw these at all. And then we can move these here because they don't need to be redrawn at all if they're not happening. This will almost always be the case. We always draw the active color. We don't always draw the inactive color. No, we always do. Redraw bar is just a test for clear then. I'm just curious to see if this is faster. I don't think it is. The only thing I noticed is that for some reason the updates are happening 4 times a second now instead of twice a second. But I don't think this actually changed anything. Except for the fact that the application is now crashed instead of finishing. I am curious to see if it happens again though. Hold on. We're getting into the weeds, but this is necessary. I mean, it's not necessary, but it is interesting because it could determine how we move forward with the short captioning tool, because it's going to use the same type of thing. Honestly, I might even copy all of the code from here to that, because it is going to be essentially the same project. I do happen to notice that the bar isn't showing though. Okay, so it was actually rendering. I want to quickly check this video. Eh, it looks decent enough. I want to load it into Kdenlive because Kdenlive is the only thing that will actually show me the transparency of the video. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. I don't think we've actually improved the speed any, but that's not a huge deal. Essentially, what this is trying to do is try to reduce as many calls to draw image unscaled as possible. But draw image unscaled isn't exactly expensive. Oh, another thing I want to do really quick is stop refreshing the form so often. Yeah, we refresh every 10 milliseconds. No wonder. Isn't there a timer on this form anyway? Why are we busy cycling the CPU? There isn't a timer on the form. Oh. I mean, we could reorganize this. Hold on. Yeah, we can reorganize this. So we put a background worker. We put a timer, right? Make background worker one do work. The code in here. Don't do this in a task.run, right? So where was the code that did that? I do background worker one dot do work or run worker async. We do timer one dot start. And while or nothing, we take this. We put it in timer one tick. We set this to run every, I don't know, 250 milliseconds. Enabled as false on tick. We set this if arend dot current frame equals arend dot duration frames, then button one dot text equals to the thing I didn't copy. Um, timer one dot stop. So now this, instead of busy cycling the UI thread, um, uses the async pattern. Wild. All right, we're gonna have it do 2 frames window because it stopped on the previous frame. For some reason, it's not actually showing you thing. That's how it looks. Okay. The other reason I wanted to do this is to see where all of this is taking time now, which is once again probably not worth it. I'm debugging something that's already performance improving something that's already fast. Let's draw image unscaled. I was right. Is taking a lot of time. For redraw timecode and redraw markers. Hmm. Why is redraw timecode only in like show redraw markers? So is there should redraw timecode? No. Because timecode shouldn't be redrawn most of the time. Once again, this is entirely unnecessary, but I'm stuck in the weeds. Having a grand time optimizing my already fast enough code. But still on draw image unscaled. And still should redraw timecode as very often. Because draw frame isn't set to it isn't set to make the optimizations disabled. I mean, we could do some debug information collection here, actually. So try this, right? Int times drawn timecode equals 0. Int times drawn markers equals 0. We'll make it a public int. We'll make them get private set. We'll make them have a capital T. We'll do times drawn timecode is increased. And what we can do now is place a breakpoint on here. Which will tell me just how many times it redrew the timecode. It should be something like 300 times for timecode. And markers should be something like 800 times. But yet they were both redrawn on every single frame. I think last timecode seconds is never written. It isn't. There's no way. Oh, yeah, no. This needs to happen after this comparison. We just didn't write the timecode at all. These values shouldn't be the same. Times drawn timecode and times drawn markers are both 771, which isn't right. The markers should be redrawn significantly more often. Because the markers have a fade animation that lasts 1 second. And there are 10 markers, so there should be 600 such frames. But yet, for whatever reason, there are not 600 such frames. And the timecode should change once every second. And the frame rate, the length is 360 seconds, 6 minutes. And then they have the global fade in and fade out, which is both 60 frames. So that should be exactly 420 frames that the markers are, or the time code is redrawn. But for whatever reason, should redraw markers is true more often than it should be. Or no? It isn't, is it? 771 is just about what I would expect for how long that should last, actually. The should redraw time code is too often. Oh, because I forgot to remove these. Okay. So we restart now. See, I'm just curious because now we're running really fast. We're getting 3,000 frames per second, approximately. Maybe even 6,000 frames per second. And if the file is still valid, then that is an insane amount of improvement. And this is on debug, where it also draws the debugging information, which is even slower. So let's see if the fades work correctly. All right. It actually is just that much faster. Okay. So if I run this on release, then it is apparently still running, so we need to kill that. If I run this on release without a debugger attached, how fast is that? Eh? Significantly slower, actually. I mean, it's still about 1,200 frames per second, but it was a lot faster on debug, which is really weird because that should never be the case. Huh? I mean, it's still fast. Oh, the frame size is larger on this, isn't it? It's the image size is what, 1920 by 48. We open the debug branch. Yeah, it's 720 by 50. So it is significantly larger on the release branch. So this makes sense. This is still an appreciable size, or appreciable speed, especially considering there are many markers. If I were to disable some of these markers, it would run even faster because text rendering is the slowest part. But yeah, the other interesting thing is theoretically, if we made the bar less resolute, we could also theoretically speed it up by 3 or 4 times by just sending a frame twice instead of once. I mean, we could test how that looks. Try this. We just send the frame twice. It's actually not that much faster. And never explicitly finishes because the frame isn't updated correctly. Anyway, this is a lot faster now. But this is generally the same idea that we're going to use for the short captioning tool. Is the idea. This is why I'm kind of fucking around with this. Is that we will have some way to enter captions either by using a file. We'll probably have Vosk tied to this so that we can have it do speech to text on the data, or like the video, and then we will generate a video. Actually, out of curiosity, let's say we have a short, 60 seconds long, and let's just use an actual image size. So, while also being mindful that this application is not built to be previewing a full-size image. It actually makes the picture boxes now actually 1080p. But if I hit do the thing, how fast is this? Yeesh. It's pretty bad. Okay. I mean, when there's no animation, it's pretty fast. But I wouldn't call this high performance by any means. Because this is still not very much, and it's taking several seconds to render a minute of captions. Also, that output file is going to be atrociously large. What? It's actually not that bad. I guess it helps that most of the frame is empty. But strangely enough, the size of the video is actually worse when the image is small. Like by a lot. I'm actually a little curious. If I re-render this at 46 height, is the file larger? No. Why was it so large before? For reference, the like test renderings that I was doing before was like 300 megabytes. This is only 20 now. And I haven't changed the like encoding of it at all. Unless it was just saving the PNG sequence directly, even with all of the compression in the FFV1 stream, instead of saving the color data. But I don't know why it would do that. I don't know why it's smaller now. Unless, could it be possible that it inserts empty frames if it hasn't received anything? Can't imagine. That'd be pretty shit. I don't know why this file is so much larger. This one has the debugging information, so maybe that's why. Also 6 minutes long, so that's probably not helping either. I don't know. It's weird. But we are going to essentially yoink this entire system here and haphazardly slap it into the other project. Okay. We're going to rename this to Short Captioner. All right. So now this is the same project, but we're going to do two major things. One, we're going to probably get rid of the preview box or make it significantly smaller. Actually, yes, let's do that. So there is a thing that renames or resizes picture box 1 to be the size of the bitmap. But what I want to do is new size from b.size.width divided by 10, b.size.height divided by 10. Um, so now it will be significantly smaller. We do need to turn on unsafe code again. It's in here. The idea is that if it's 1080 by 1920, interestingly enough, the preview and the actual output are not the same image. Um, oh no, they are. It's just that the scaling format isn't set. Um, set this to debug so I can actually modify things. Okay. And I'm mainly just rendering this so that it changes its size and saves this new image size. So I might change the size factor to be like 5 instead of 10 because I think that it might look better. I also want to move it instead of being below the window to be to the right of the window. I also want to set this to default to 108 or sorry, 216 by 394? Is that right? 384. I was close. Which is the default canvas for a vertical video. Now, if I change the bar size, you can see is right about where you would expect it to be. Okay. So now the problem we have is that for some reason it's really slow. CPU profiling wasn't on. I'm not quite sure why the frames are taking so long now. It could be that the debug information is drawn every frame. Which might cause it to be a problem. Let's see. It's drawing image unscaled. Okay, we're gonna put our investigatory breakpoint here to see how long or how many times it's calling. Because this is once again now it's only 8 seconds long. It's taking several seconds to render. So what I want to know is how many times is it actually re-rendering? Although, to be fair, this isn't actually as important now because we're asking how often it's redrawing the bar. But we're not going to be drawing the bar. It's just mainly to see why it's going bad. Timecode and markers are being redrawn every frame. Why is that? Oh, that's because they are actually being redrawn every frame. There's a marker that covers every single frame of the video. That 120 should speed up. It doesn't. Oh, because the crossfade lasts on both sides of the marker, does it? Shouldn't do. I don't know. But it got faster. Alright. Anyway, that's just fucking around. Still shouldn't be that slow though. The thing is, most likely with our current stuff, we're going to be redrawing the entire frame. Like every frame. Is there a faster method than draw image unscaled? Okay, hold on. I want to go back. So there's apparently a couple things I can do. Actually, interestingly, we don't want... So we want to do 4 things here. We want to make sure all of these are... My phone's... That's 6%. Alright. There's not a graphics, but I want to set pixel format dot format 32 bits per pixel RGB, which will prevent it from doing color space conversion. I want to not set these properties on final graphics because I want to use a special type of re-rendering on final graphics. Special type of thing here. Primarily, I don't want to do any anti-aliasing. All right. And the idea here is that that should be faster too. Oh, wow. That is a lot faster. Yeah, so the thing is, because we're doing all of the expensive rendering in the timecode and markers, we actually don't care if the smoothing is correct or anything at all. In fact, we can probably set compositing quality to nothing. Interpolation, there isn't any, so we can set this to high speed as well, or nearest neighbor. Smoothing mode, we do actually want it to be smooth and anti-alias text. So this will remain, but because these are not, we're not doing any compositing or interpolation, it is extremely fast to just render them with those flags clear. And then if I test this with FF play, looks pretty good. Did that just hold on? I want to test that this didn't. Okay, it didn't. Um, did it? Hold on. Let me restart FF play here. I noticed it slowing down. Huh. I think that FF play is a little bit slow. Hold on. I'm trying to determine if the file is valid or if FF play is just a little shit. It looks like FF play is just a little shit. Okay. But yes, by changing the compositing mode, we have very significantly improved the performance to the point where it renders now like several several like minutes very quickly. All right. That's what we wanted to see. And now to test how good that is for larger frames, I'm going to render a full 1080p canvas. Want to see if this works. But it's still slow. So I think what we're dealing with here as well is that the bounds of the image are significantly higher than the actual content. We're paying for all of the transparent rights, which is not a problem. Because in this other project, we're not going to be drawing images like that. At least I don't think we will. Um, we'll be drawing paths directly, so we shouldn't have to pay for that. That being said, we do need to change animation renderer. But the idea is we use We're going to use graphics paths to draw the text because then we can draw it with a fill and a stroke, which will be good because we can outline the text. The really hard part is how we're going to do the currently spoken word, which I think we'll do with another graphics path, but we're going to have to measure strings. It's going to be weird. But how we're going to test this for now is we're just going to draw some text on the screen. So what I want to do is we don't have a global fade in and fade out animation. But we do have a line fade in and a line fade out. There are no markers. But we'll say we'll call it cursor fade in and cursor fade out. I want to reuse as many of the existing variables as possible. Because if we can reuse them, then we don't have to like implement new properties, which will make our lives a lot easier. So there is no bar animation fade in or fade out. This cannot be made into something that we need, so that's going to be disappearing. Active marker color will be called cursor color. Inactive marker color will be text color. Marker animations will disappear. Timecode size box height width and location 1 and 2 will disappear. Actually, we'll keep timecode location 1. We'll call it line bounding box. No hold in, no hold out. No bar width, size, location 1 or 2. Duration frames would probably be detected by how long the text is. But right now we'll leave it as a property. We'll change this to actually we'll just use global opacity. Marker opacity will be disappear. Should redraw markers and timecode will disappear. They'll be disappearing. We'll delete all of this. Delete redraw markers and redraw. Actually, we'll keep redraw. We'll keep both actually. So we need to delete all of the properties that no longer exist. So bar animation depends on hold in and hold out, which doesn't exist. Bar fade in, offset, and length. Bar fade out, offset, and length don't exist. Oh, no bar properties exist. There are no markers. Even this model looks a little sad. You think all of my models are sad? I'm just locked in. We should probably like strange. What I might just do is instead of making all of these like private, I might just make them public, and then we'll just set them in the collar, because this is gonna be weird to do. Like we'll do a font for the fonts. Change this to text font. Make it public, not read only. And we don't need to send either of these. We don't have nudges. We don't need those either. I don't know, yesterday was first sad, then a little angry. I was just locked in. What is this? I'm working on an application to caption shorts because I'm unhappy with TikTok. So I'm doing it myself. Final graphics, we will copy our optimization from before, which is to... Actually, we probably don't even need the marker and timecode graphics because they don't exist. So we'll actually just do final graphics has all of these flags set. There is no timecode bitmap, marker bitmap, or bar bitmap. Don't exist. Don't need these, don't need this. Need these, don't need this. Delete all this. All right. The idea is that draw frame will draw directly all of these stuff. So let's do graphics path equals new fill mode. Okay. Not sure about that. All right. So path.add string. This is a test string. Woo. We can't use a font directly, can we? So we will do text fonts dot family. Text font dot style. Okay. That needs to be an integer, so we're just not going to worry about it. Text font dot size. This is in M size. That's good. Layout rect will be. Do I even have any rectangles anymore? Bound box, line bounding box, and string format will be some public string format. Public string format equals new of string format flags dot it's just new. Alignment is center. Line alignment is also center. Format flags. Oh, I don't need that. All right. There's the time I wasted to learn coding, even whatever little bit of whatever I do got me locked in. After 1 or 2 minutes, I lose all enthusiasm. Yeah, it's one of those things that you need the patience to keep going, but it is very rewarding. I need to convert this into an integer, which is hopefully the same. And line bounding box is a rectangle, so I don't know what's up with that. All right. Then final graphics dot clear to color dot transparent. F autocorrect, yeah. So this needs to be a brush, which I don't think we have any brushes. We have a debug pen, but we don't have a brush. So we need to create a brush. So what we're gonna do is public. We already have colors, don't we? We have cursor color and text color, which I'm going to make them non-read only. They're going to have a get set thing. This is supposed to be set after equals get set. That get set equals color dot white and color dot yellow. There. Okay. So get is field. Set is if field does not equal value, then field equals value. Brush private brush text fill brush cursor fill brush, then private pen text stroke pen cursor stroke. If the text color is set, okay, let's do this. Both of these will be set to black as the outlines. But if the colors are set, all right. Then I want to do text fill brush dot dispose. And this will be cursor fill brush dot dispose. And then the prior equals new of field new solid brush of field. And then what we're going to do for these is text stroke pen dispose will be cursor stroke pen dot dispose. Then the prior will equal new of field and we'll say 4.0. Say private float outline width get set equals 4.0f. Get will give you field. Set will do if value does not equal outline or does not equal field, then we have to run both of these. Okay. Need to change this to reference that. The name of this project is just called Short Captioner. So it's boring name. We also don't need these string formats because these aren't used. Is this the format I referenced? It is, okay. We're going to fill path of path. We're going to draw path of path. This is going to be with the text fill brush. And this will be with the text stroke pen. Then we will do, that will be that. We'll do final graphics.flush. Should force that to finish all of its operations. We delete redraw markers and redraw timecode because we don't need them. What is get single? Oh, it duplicates that. Okay, we don't need frame to time code. And the idea now. I don't think this model is androgynous. The idea now is that we should be able to render a frame once we fix all of the compile errors in here. There's going to be a lot, primarily from this line. Uh, It'd be weird. If I got weird, just looking at this makes my head start spinning. Yeah, I'm essentially retrofitting an old project to do a new thing. So it is a little bit freaky. There's only 8 parameters. All right. Let's see if we can get this to work. So we need the image size, we need the timing, which I don't think is actually used anymore, but you know, whatever. Hold in and hold out, which we have deleted and is now fade in and fade out. We have the inactive bar color and the active bar color. And then the inactive marker color and the active marker color. These do not need to be here. What? This is referenced. This is not referenced. Legitimately none of this is used. I actually need to know how to read some of this. All right. arand dot text font equals label font timecode dot tag as font. And this should be the minimum viable thing to draw something to the screen. We need to set all of these. Um, it certainly doesn't seem to be the right size. We go here. arand.text font is now size equals 12, which is supposedly the M size of the font, but I don't know about that. So let's try this. Let's set it to be 72 point. Um, hmm. Okay, we have something. The width of the outline seems to be pretty high, though. Let's see. Where did this go? Yeah, so the width of the outline is too high. So what we need to do is so all of the markers are gone. The let's see. Do this. Going to do stroke width is 4.0. This is going to be MNZ 2. And the thing is, the idea, at least, is that in form 1, so many form 1s open. In form 1, we have a control that will do um it'll handle mouse wheels on all controls. Will allow you to set the things. Um going to do is decimal is D, not 2. I was gonna do it that 2 is the uh actually 0 is allowed. Negative is not, so it should be MZD. Okay. Now what I want to do in here and do arend dot stroke width is not exposed. I have no idea which label it is. Need to name it. Label stroke width. Label stroke width dot text double actually float dot parse. Okay. I want to reduce the size factor to 2, which is going to make the picture box very large, but sucks, I guess. What is the tag on this that it is thing? Tag is M. Literally not a decimal. What? Else? I put that on the wrong one. Hmm. It's still a little slow. That is debug. So maybe it'll fix itself. Could also make the image size smaller and place it somewhere on the bottom of the screen. So we could do something like a 360 pixel image, which will be a lot faster. Not sending as much. That works. And then the idea is we get some place where you can put in a subtitle file and it will render the entire subtitle set. So, problem is we don't have a subtitle set like that. We need to make that. So there's actually a sub project here. Will be probably a console app. We'll call it short subtitle generator. And it will have a dependency on Vosk. Okay. So the arguments will expect one argument. So if args.length is 0, then console.write line drop a video file onto this app to load or to generate subtitles. We're probably gonna need another package. Actually, we're gonna need an audio. Probably also take Newtonsoft JSON while we're here. We'll probably also need, what else do we need? That might be it, actually. Thing is, what we're trying to do in this program is we take in an input file, we need to read audio from it, which I don't think I can just do with audio file reader. I don't think audio file reader will allow me to just open a video. Apparently, I could just use Media Foundation Reader. Okay. So what we'll do then is we will go into Coalescence and yoink my coercing sample provider that I have in the speech to text subsystem. Never mind, it's in the audio subsystem. Going to take that. Going to change this to short subtitle generator. Okay. Just gonna yoink that. The plan now is that we can use because Media Foundation Reader is a sample provider, right? It inherits a wave stream, which is a wave provider, which isn't a sample provider. But we can turn it into a sample provider by simply doing mfr.toSample provider. Then what we could do is a coercing sample provider equals new of SP, and I want to target a wave format of new wave format of 16 one channel. 16 kilohertz one channel is what Vosk expects inside. So what we do then is Vosk recognizer equals new. It's going to require arguments at once, so you can't just drop a file. We might make it default to a model, but right now it doesn't come with one, so So what we'll do is now recognizer dot set max alternatives equals 0, or it is 20. Recognizer dot set partial words. I don't know what this does, but we're gonna set it to true. And then while not mfr dot end position equals mfr dot length, I guess. Recognizer dot accept waveform. TSP dot. So we'll do float array data equals new float of, I guess, 16,000. We'll send it 10 seconds at a time. We'll do TSP dot read into data for 0 or 16, or we'll just do data dot length. And we'll take in a int red equals this is not the right way to do that. Actually, we'll send it 3 seconds at a time. And then we will call, we'll do this, string builder out data equals new. Out data dot append line recognizer dot recognize or result. Final result. Then we'll make another one log data. There are 3 results. Oh, except waveform is the output of is final. We'll just do log data 2 for whatever the hell result is. All right. The idea with this now is we should be able to determine, if we do short subtitle generator.exe, if The first path is the short we want to subtitle, so I'll copy the path to my Enon standard video. The second path is the model we want to use, so I'll give it the 2.2 gigabyte recognizer model that I use for coalescence. So that is speech to text models, FOSS model ENUS 20 or 0.22. I don't think it worked. What we're gonna do here is replace backslash with double backslash in the selection. Really easy to do that manually. Put a comma here. And it should be able to debug now. It's not the right startup project. Fuck off. I'm trying to set the start project. All right. Okay. Skip to where it goes to the end. Taking some time. We'll just skip to break. Okay. So this should now properly create the files. Is a little slow, but it does work. It is pretty slow. The full file never saw any writes. One of them seems to think that I said the for every single word in the entire thing. Actually, both of them say that I said the for the entire file. Hmm. The data just bad? Here. It is 16 kilohertz, right? Or is it 12 kilohertz? Hmm. It is 16 kilohertz. Well, let's try not setting either of these flags. That's the only difference I have. The only difference is that now there's a lot less content. And it is still always the. Hmm. The only other thing I don't do is I read the other one as bytes, and I'm sending this one as shorts. So maybe we could just change this to be byte data? Hmm. This might change it somehow. I don't know. Actually, we could do this too. Yeah, this goes. Your anal style is crazy. Alright, I'm curious to see if sending significantly larger strings of text will help. I'm only gonna view full results now. We'll still write the other results, I guess. But I only care about reading the full results. Redeemed 6-7. How you doing? Oh, one of the okay, the uploads are done. Okay. Is this the right model? It only output one full result. Wait, no, I don't want Microsoft Visual Studio version selector. What the fuck? Um, okay, so it looks like longer um files make it worse. So we're going to send it exactly 1 second of audio at a time. Hmm? With it getting 1 second of audio, it didn't output any recognition at all. What the partial recognition file? I mean, actually, the partial file is fine. Didn't output any recognition. I can relate. Yeah. Right now, I'm making something that's supposed to caption shorts, but right now the caption generation is leaving a little bit to be desired. For some reason, the full recognition never happens, so we're gonna have to depend on the partial recognition, which can be just wrong. Um, but you know, that's just how it goes. We could send very few samples at a time, because Coalescent sends 350 millisecond chunks. Um, we could send even less. Especially since performance doesn't really matter in this. Because right now we're sending 1 second at a time. But I mean, we can send any amount of data at a time. Because we have 2 channels of 2-bit audio, right? So WFM.channels times WFM.bits per sample divided by 8. And we'll send 160 such samples, which is it's 10 milliseconds. We are now going to read 10 milliseconds at a time. Leaving a little bit aside, I can also relate. I'm curious to see what this is going to look like because I am sending them 10 milliseconds at a time. What say you, Vosk? It's going a lot slower now. It's using 8 gigabytes of memory too. Okay. Okay, the partial log is now 151 or 151 kilobytes and consists primarily of the words partial with nothing in it. I'm going to replace all instances of empty partials with nothing. A replace operation that is actually crash notepad. Okay, we'll do it with a better editor. Okay, sending 10 milliseconds is atrocious. Almost nothing that comes through is legible. So we're going to send it 300 milliseconds. Using 8 gigachads, yep. I almost wonder if the ENUS model isn't good enough. I might just download the extremely expensive one. Let's see. I mean, it also doesn't help that I am using it's not clean mic audio. I could use clean mic audio, but I'm not using clean mic audio at this one. Because this is output audio, which means that there's overtalk and also the game's audio is in the output. "300 millisigmas? Why are you brain rotting so hard? What is going on?" Yeah, the output data from this is atrocious. It's awful. So let's go ahead and use the cleaned audio and see how that treats us. Been a night. It sounds like it. This is a tool to add captions to videos or live stream. This is for videos. My live stream captions use the same engine, but my live stream captions are from Coalescence and not the app I'm making. Let's see. I need to load this without the game audio and without Ant's audio. I'm going to render this using H.264 NVENC. Your disk space is limited, 1.6 terabytes. What? Render anyway. But yeah, I'm just trying to make a system that I can use to caption shorts, because right now I have to use TikTok, and if there's any problem with the TikTok upload, I have to delete it and re-edit it. And the problem is when you do that, it forgets all of your custom captions. So I'm like trying to fix that by just doing it on the editing side. And then I upload the video on TikTok, slap a sound on it, and that's all the editing I do. It also means that the YouTube shorts will actually have captions. Because right now, the YouTube shorts aren't edited at all, except for cutting. They don't have captions because there's no easy way to do it on YouTube. I mean, hell, TikTok having easy captions is the only reason I use TikTok captions at all. The hardest thing you have to do is correct it, but most of the time it's pretty accurate. Which is pretty impressive considering that the input audio is usually pretty messy. And I'm using the most expensive model that Vosk has, and it's still pretty inaccurate. Yeah, I mean, I'm not doing any voice isolation. Literally all of the processing done is right here, which is that I use the coercing sample provider to get it from whatever format it's in to 16 kilohertz one channel audio, which is what Vosk expects. So that's all the processing I do, and this is literally just, if the sample rate isn't what we want, resample it, and if the channels aren't right, do the stereo to mono. That's all it's doing. So I am by no means doing anything crazy. Just waiting for this video to export. I've exported a second copy of the short that I'm looking for that just includes the audio from my voice and not anything else. In the future, what I would like to be able to do is speaker identification. But I don't want to use tools like that if I don't have permission from the people that I would be testing it on. Because it would literally be training an AI to recognize their voice. And I don't think they'd be alright with that if I just do that. So I haven't put any effort into that yet. Alright. I've updated it to the second version of the short, which does not have the game audio. I think. I mean, I could listen to it. Probably should listen to it. Okay, it has no game audio. Actually, I guess what I could do is I can run a test. So part of the reason that this is taking so long to do is that I have to keep reloading the model, which takes 30 seconds. I could just run a test by adjusting the size of the buffer and then running it again after using recognizer.reset. It also takes a long time to do all of the processing. It's taking about a minute. All right, so let's take this. Oh, it's a different file now. I forgot. It's not very good. It's really bad, actually. It has misheard non-standard as nonce-centered. So that's something. It actually put hoopla in the text. There's no fucking way. Okay. It is really bad. Okay. We're sending 300 milliseconds because this is 16 bits per sample. Yeah. 16 bits per sample divided by A is 2. So 2 bytes. 2 channels, so 4 bytes per sample. And 4,800 of those, which is exactly 300 milliseconds. Which is about the amount of data that Coalescence sends. And the accuracy of the recognition is significantly worse. Like, atrocious. I might need to go check some information and see if I can find out how much I'm supposed to be giving them. Let's see. Let's check out the example code. Let's see. So they use buffers of 4,096 bytes. I mean, we could try that. So let's use a constant size of 4,096 bytes. Maybe I'm just giving them weird sizes. Give it a shot. Okay, let's see how this output looks. Still not very good. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, it was recommended to me. It might be recommended to you too. The output of this audio is pretty bad. Let me try this. I'm gonna split the audio from the video. So FFmpeg input e non-standard 2.mp4 codec audio. Actually, we'll just do this. E non-standard dot wave. That should be a lot faster. We're no longer even dealing with the video. This makes it impossible to be something from like Media Foundation being weird. I mean, Media Foundation could still be weird. Ideally, we would output the file directly to 16 kilohertz single or like mono wave and see if that helps anything. FFmpeg, mix to mono, downsample. So AR is I could do AC1 and AR 4400. So we'll take E non-standard wave, we'll do AR 16K, AC1. We'll save that as E standard wave. So let's see how this goes. Still no full recognitions. I mean, that's pretty clear audio. I don't know how it's not getting this. E standard wave. We might even just bypass. I mean, right now it's a WAV file. We can literally just read it directly. We'll see how this goes. Hmm. Major difference in this one is that the part 2 file is a lot larger. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, this goes. The final result was text is nothing. Cinema. Let's do this. So let's bypass all of the media foundation stuff. We are going to read the file directly. With the assumption that it is literally just in the right format. Okay, this is literally exactly what they do in the example. I cannot be any closer to how they actually do it. The only thing I could maybe do is do the unfiltered audio, but considering I don't even have that anymore, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Um, Okay. 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 This will allow us to reread the file at different sample rates. Or different sample packet rates, I guess. So 4096 is the initial buffer. We're going to give it 16384. That's pretty bad. Okay. Couple things we need to do. Need to do console dot pause or read line to delay the next one. We need to put spaces after this. Then if res is to empty quotation marks, then continue. It's not even worth writing this. Pause. Okay. Okay. So giving it longer buffers is actually better. So I'm going to give it a buffer of 500 kilobytes. See, it's now actually emitting full logs. Oh, I need to call reset between these. I'm gonna reuse it again. Problem is the recognizer is repeatedly increasing the it didn't run a reset. It still thinks that it's well down the line from 0. That's annoying. Okay, so it's still not resetting the timestamps, which is not the worst thing. It's annoying, but I mean, whatever. This time I'm gonna set it to use a bunch of partial words and stuff and give alternatives. Confidence is 1,490, which is impressive. Hmm. I think honestly what I should do is just at the end of it, just send a lot of silence. So take this out into a function, a local function. We'll call recognize. I don't know why they made it static. Didn't need it to be. I put it as a full method. I wanted a local function. They still made it static. Well, that's annoying. I don't want to put all of these in. To make it not static, use these 3 from the things. I don't need a flow control. Redefine this here. Then what we'll do is we will do bdata.fill or array.fill byte bdata to 0. And we will call recognize twice. And this should fill out any additional data that's waiting in the buffer. Hmm. The problem now is I think that we are sending so much data that it's not actually finishing them. Is what we'll do. Um, Thanks for following. We're just working on a short captioning tool, and I'm looking at the output, and the output's a little fucked, and I can't figure out why. Um, Hmm. Probably doesn't help I'm writing slightly mangled data to the console. Let's see. Let's stop mangling it and see how that treats us. Okay, let's see. So if we open the full log, it is 4 lines, of which nearly none of the content of what I said is there. Let's see. Manner of sorcery is this? Not very good sorcery, apparently, because all of the output is trash. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna download a better model. We are going to download the 42 model. Going to take a minute. It legitimately might be faster for me to download this directly from the server. One moment. I'm gonna open a WinSCP. Yeah, yeah. Because it actually is going to take so long to download if I don't directly download this. ENUS 42 giga speech. Language is this? This is C#. Why can I not open program data? Speech to text, models. So we're going to download this here. Hopefully this will be a little bit faster than downloading it through New York. Okay, I think that 103 megabytes a second is a little bit faster than 500 kilobytes a second. So I think we're good. It is a lot faster to download it directly. All right. I just have to extract this model here. It'll take a couple seconds. All right. Now I just need to set the default model to be the GigaSpeech model. And I'm sure that this will 100% increase the accuracy and will not just make it take 30 minutes longer to load. 100%. Trust. Oh, yeah, I need to put in a buffer size. We'll do 16,384. still not very accurate. How long did it take me to write all of that? Not super long. I've only been working on this for as long as I've been streaming. And half of the time that I've been streaming has been optimizing the other thing. So maybe about 90 minutes. Right now I'm running tests, and I mean, I guess I could bind the console window so you can actually see what I'm looking at. Let me do that really quick. This is what I'm looking at. So if I rerun this, we'll give it 500,000 bytes of buffer. We can see how accurate it is. Okay, that is exactly what I said. Close. All right. Among coffee. I said I'm on coffee right now. This is actually pretty accurate. It turns out just downloading the most expensive model that takes 12 gigabytes of memory to use just makes it work. Yes, actually 12 gigabytes of memory. Out of curiosity, and just for shits, really, I am going to load the small model, which is very inaccurate, and see what happens. We'll give it the same 500,000 bytes. That was very fast. Here's the thing that really annoys me about Vosk. You'll notice that it didn't include word information for most of the document. It included it for the first line and nothing else. And I'm like, guys, I need that information to do the thing I'm trying to do. It's literally essential information that they just don't give me sometimes. Which is very annoying. Wait. They do give me the... So only sometimes is it actually included in the partial information, but most of the time it isn't. That's so weird. Why include it at all if it's not going to be there all the time? Um, I mean, this is pretty actually. On looking at this again, this is pretty bad. A lot of the words are wrong. It's fast but inaccurate. Hmm. I could give it a different sample size. Give it 16,384. Oh. I mean, this is more accurate. All right. I mean, I think that the best thing to do now would be to actually transcribe the data here. Into a final file, essentially. So what we would do to do that is we read the partial results directly. Which is we need to. Problem is that the couple problems. One is that the partial log file. Actually, we could just read it here, can't we? Hold on. So what we do is a dictionary of string to object. A dictionary equals JSON convert dot deserialize object to dictionary of string to object. Of res2. If dict dot try get or contains key of result, then good morning and happy belated 4th of July. Yeah, good morning. Well, for you, it's still the 4th of July, isn't it? Result is an array of objects with the word conf end and start. I actually don't want result. I want text. So we're gonna do out data or output dot append dict at text, which is a string plus space. But we want to take this string s equals if not s or string that is null or white space of s, then we want to do this, but replace this with s. And then that can be output to another file. That's fine. We can just reload it. We're using the fast model anyway. 163840. Okay, what do we got? This is the output. Yeah, that's right. That's not a console. I can't just write. This is the output. And we'll just split it up so that it's a little bit less wide. So I still need to make everything an A non-standard. It's E non-standard. Need to determine where he announced. I need to determine where E non-standard is. I think it's pretty funny. I only said funny. Like, really think about this. You have a guitar and you turn a couple couples, brings up half a no not at night like Cyberfly, half away to as arbor flat. Like, this is atrocious. So naturally, the next order of business is to load the most expensive model and try again. I mean, ideally, you won't need to have 12 gigabytes of memory to use this. But if that's what it takes, then it'll simply just be an internal tool that I don't release. Funny. Did I say I think it's pretty funny? Because it's appeared twice. We'll check. I did say that. Okay. Let's see what the output file says. Let me reopen it entirely. I don't think it updated. So here's our new E non-standard. It did actually get E non-standard this time. Oh, thanks for rating. How you doing? There's more text in this one. Or maybe I just cut it closer to the left. Let's see. So I need to make everything an E non-standard. I need to determine where so it's missing. I need to determine where it is. I think it's pretty funny. What do you think about this? Weirdly enough, this is where I say femboy collector. What do you think about this? And it just doesn't appear in here at all. Probably femboy isn't in the dictionary. You have a guitar and you tune a couple strings up half a note, not like a sharper flat, halfway to a sharper flat. And you say you tune a couple of the other ones down half a note, and that's how you play. A lot of great tuning ideas. Well, look, we can make tuning even worse if we make it non-deterministic. Okay. Weirdly enough, ever used did not make it into the output. Which is strange because final result doesn't skip this result. Oh. Wait, this is supposed to be result. This is supposed to be final result. No. Huh? Hold on, I'm doing something wrong here. That's why this isn't working. That's why. So you don't need to do this dumb shit. Just do this. Why is this throwing an exception now? There. Yes, it's probably inaccurate because I keep hitting final result and it's not supposed to be final result yet. So it probably is doing something in the output. Hold on. I knew something was wrong. This should be res, not res 2. And we'll stop mangling it. You're getting the captioning from Twitch and you want to export it as an SRT and then add it to your final video editing? No. What I'm using here is I'm using Vosk, which is a it's like a voice recognition tool. And I'm using that on the output audio from the microphone. So it's using all this trash. Yeah. I don't think Twitch does captions, do they? Much less would I be able to get them. I mean, that looks pretty accurate. I'm a collector. I mean, that's not too bad. I'm a collector. So I think I just need to stop writing the partial output to the console, and then this should just be pretty decent. It still didn't write ever use. The actual output. Well, okay, hold on. I didn't call final result. I mean, I do. I just discard it. I'm currently discovering that C# is Java, but sharper. Yes, C# is Java, but they keep making the language better and not Java, where they just make it more confusing. And Java's also fun because the runtime they give you is still Java 8, and we're on like Java 27 or something. It's like, why? Why are you not outputting the most up-to-date Java? Why are you giving the most out-of-date Java you can give? I was in the middle of writing, and then it opens the fucking error list full screen above what I'm writing. Fuck off. I'm writing. Recognize submit. We'll say string res. So this text is going to be recognize submit. We're just gonna call recognize submit of res. Which I don't know why I made it a bool. It doesn't output anything. The idea now is that we just call recognize submit on resx, which should theoretically output the final result to the subfile. The subfile right now doesn't have any timestamping, but the idea is that we will do grouping and everything based on the words themselves. Enterprise are still at RHEL 7. I mean, imagine using Red Hat. I use Arch, by the way. I don't use Arch. I used to use Arch. But I decided that actually I like myself more than that. Got hacked, by the way. Yeah. I mean, the funny thing is that I saw a post where it was like, oh yeah, Linux doesn't have any viruses because we don't have market share. Have you heard about XZ? I mean, the entirety of Linux nearly got fucked. The entire ecosystem. Okay. So the output is decently accurate. Currently testing Ubuntu 26 with a ThinkPad with 64 gigabytes of RAM. Holy shit. A lot of memory. I think one of my laptops has 64 gigabytes of memory. Can't remember which one though. Back when memory wasn't fucking crazy expensive. I mean, to be fair, I think I bought cheap memory from China. All right. There's built-in VRAM for Intel though? Oh, nice. I mean, my laptop's a lot older than that. What I would like to do now is build a list of words. So These timestamps, I mean, we probably don't need them to the, what is that, microsecond? I only really need it to probably the bound of 10 milliseconds. So we'll take it down to centiseconds. Um, yeah. Yeah. I actually have a Mac VM. So, yeah, Apple's probably not too happy about that. Actually, funnily enough, the second I logged in, because I made a new account because I figured that Apple would not like me for that. I made a new account and they banned me the second I signed in. I'm like, damn. Just another reason not to buy a Mac. Because if they're not gonna let me even like try out the operating system, then I'm not gonna buy the fucking $2,000 computer that I can't return for it. Much less could I afford a $2,000 computer. Let's see. Oh. Um. Oh, they're backwards. Okay. I entered with Hackintosh no ban. Yeah. It's end and then start because it's in alphabetical order. I was wondering. I was like, these words overlap. No, they don't. Okay. So how is this formatted? It is result is an array of objects for each word, and that object ends with text. So where I'm using define text. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, just look at it this way. If you're using a real Mac, half of the operating system is just trying to block VMs. I mean, all they're doing is causing slowdown on genuine hardware. So object O equals dictionary at results, because the problem is I don't know what type this is. And if I try to deserialize it as a list and it's an array, the app crashes. So that's nice. So we just need to wait until we have one. So the object is of what type? O is an object of a J array. I mean, that makes sense. For each var x in O, x is going to be a J object, I believe. A Jobject. I don't have type information here. Float start equals x at start. Float end equals x at end. Float. Actually, I think they're doubles. String word equals x at word. Or as string, not word. Um, okay. Make another string builder. Output 2. So many outputs. All right, we're gonna wait until this is finished, and then we're gonna do this output 2. Gonna pause it, hot reload, and now we're going to run it again, and it should create an output 2, which, oh no, it doesn't. I have to wait for this to go again. I didn't actually write any of the data. Dumbass. Yeah. I just kind of don't want to do anything with Apple anyway, because like the problem I have with Apple is that like if I want to release an app, I have to pay them a bunch of money. Whereas with Android, even if I can't get listed on the Google Play Store because I don't want to give them my address, like I can still release an APK. Using terminal. Well, this is just the output of the app. Okay, it finally got annoyed with me for hot reloading so many times. But no, the app in the background is that's Visual Studio. Makes sense, yeah. There were a bunch of programmers that can only use the terminal and are like touching the mouse is a sin. I'm like, okay, go play in Vim. Go back to Vim. Oh, that's not the right buffer size. That's 16.8.340. Oh well. I sentence you to Emacs. All right, let's see how this goes. I mean, look at this. Look at this file. Look at this. This is pretty much exactly what I wanted. Because now what we can do is we can do analysis to see if there are any like holes in the stuff. Because like when I say I think it's pretty funny, there should be there's about a half-second delay between when I say the next thing, and right here there's a 7-second delay. So what we can do is determine if there's a delay of, let's say, more than 300 milliseconds. Although most of the things are direct, like touching. But we can see. Oh, thanks for following. We can see if there's a delay of like 300 milliseconds, and then we can split words based on that. Oh, thanks for subbing. Thank you. Um, yeah, I do a bunch of weird development stuff. I mean, I've got a lot of projects. Um, actually, a lot of what I've done is like stream stuff. So, like the model you're seeing right now, I used to record that as a separate video using source record, but now I record the tracking data directly. I do a lot of weird programming. I actually do need to run to the bathroom. um, I will probably go do that really quick. I mean, I have been streaming for 4 hours. I think I'm due a pee break. All right, I will be right back. How are we? Where are we on the ad schedule? Actually, hold on. There's ads in 10 minutes. I'm just gonna run it now, and then we'll have an ad free or an hour of ad free time afterward. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. Me through the. I'm pretty sure that's the keybind for stream ending. Actually, yep, that is okay. My bad. Wrong scene. Here's the right one. All right, I am back. But yeah, that's just a little bit about what I do. I do a bunch of software. Um, I've done so much software. One day I'll have everything I need. But knowing me, I'll probably come up with more shit to make. All right, where is my Visual Studio? Dude, there's something like in my eye. Getting real annoyed about it. That shit, like you gotta pay rent to live in my eye. No rent free in there. Huh. Out of my eye. Buy eye drop? Did I remember to buy eye drops? Uh, I sure as fuck hope I did. Um, Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go check my medicine cabinet. I have eye drops. Here's doping. I don't have eye drops. Pharmacies aren't open, but you'll be happy to know I do have nasal spray that expired 2 years ago. So that's cinema right there. It's also clouded over, so that's not good. For eye. Anyway, anyway, let's just get back to it. Okay, let's get to determining the edges of utterances. The way I'm going to do that is by hashing the previous end of a word, and if that word ends more than, we'll say 0.4 seconds, 400 milliseconds, um, earlier than the start of the current word, then it is a break in an utterance. Also, I do need to add you to my. I not have a way to. That's weird. Not possible to quickly insert cell. That's so odd. Okay. I've added you into the subathon track thing. Suburban track think. Cinema. Alright. Float. Last word and timestamp equals null. So if last word and timestamp is null, then last word and timestamp equals end. If last word and timestamp end minus last word and timestamp greater than 0.4, then output 2.append line with no content. And then end is updated. Now, theoretically, if we're very lucky, this should just work. Call me Todd Howard. Don't call me Todd Howard. Don't do me such a disservice to call me Todd Howard. $16,384,0. That is our buffer size. Here's the output. That's not right. If end, no, it's start minus last end word end timestamp less than 4/10 of a second. Let's run this again. Yo. People are enjoying the half price redeems. All right, let's see. Still need to make everything an Enon standard. I need to determine where Enon standard is. Funny. I think it's pretty funny. I am a collector. What you think about this? You have a guitar, and you tune a couple of strings up half a no, not like the sharp or flat, halfway to sharp or flat. And you say you tune a couple of the other ones down in half a note. That's how you play. I have a lot of great tuning ideas. Well, look, we can make tuning even worse. What if we make it non-deterministic? Hear me out? E standard canceled G, which is you tune to E standard, but the G string is whatever it was before you started doing. Among coffee, I'm having dangerous thoughts right now, making tunings that nobody should ever use. It's pretty accurate. It's not very accurate. It's pretty accurate. It is acceptably accurate. So what you would have to do in this case is you would have to go and edit it. That one rocked me a little bit. Right now I'm editing you can't see it because the shit's in the way, but I'm editing this. Okay, so this is the completely fixed file. So the idea is, first things first, we need to offset everything down by 70.01. So we do need to load all of this data back in because it needs to start at 0. I mean, we could actually just have our thing automatically set it to start at 0. I mean, this works. So let's load this in to short captioner as our default data. So I'm going to make a new file. I'm going to call data.txt, which is going to be loaded in and turned into a content file. And this will now be shipped with it. And the idea is we load this in as our input data. Finished watching Halloween 5. Now I'm watching in 240p, otherwise they'll flashbang my brain. That is true. I mean, I could still make it flashbang your brain by zooming in sufficiently far. This is gonna be weird, actually. Maybe this is gonna flashbang my brain. Because draw animation and draw frame is now going to be very complicated. All right, now we come to the hard part, right? This is the hard part. You know, it's said in programming you can get 90% of the way there with only 10% of the effort, and then the last 10% takes 90% of the effort. This is where things get wacky. So, here's the problem. We now need to determine what we show on screen for each part of the text. So, obviously, we'll have breaks where there's breaks in the speech, which we now have to re-implement detection for, because we can't use the fact that there are breaks in this file, because that isn't necessarily always going to be the case. We should redetect them ourselves, because we can also set settings for it as well. The other problem is we are going to have to break up the text in long utterances. So, for example, this text, which is all essentially one utterance, is pretty long. Actually, technically, this entire thing is one utterance. The delays are a little bit longer than we had it configured to detect, but none of them are longer than 1 second. Except for this one. This one's 1.5 seconds, but we're going to have to determine how we step through the data and how we group data. Because it's gonna have to be something like 4 or 5 words are on a screen. Like, for example, right, the caption bar at the bottom of the screen right now will keep up to, I think, 120 characters, and then it'll start discarding stuff at the beginning, so that if I keep speaking and I have a fucking crazy yap session, it'll keep scrolling the text right so that you can actually continue to read what I'm saying. Apparently to a limit. But if you're captioning a short, you can maybe only show 3 or 4 words on a screen at once. They're going to be pretty big. So we have to determine, using probably measure string, how much we can put on the screen. We have to organize that into some tree of data or some format of data that we will go through. So the question is, how do we do that? What's the best way to do that? We could even do like a situation where the word that we're saying is centered in the screen and it just scrolls to the right, which I think is an interesting thing. I don't think any captions do that. We could try it. And then it just doesn't show one. You have misspelled the word wrapping. That's awkward. I won't start doing that either. I'm going to click the hide button. So yes, what's the best way to store this? So we have a range of time for each word. So honestly, we could create a dictionary of words. What's the best way to do it? It would be an ordered list of words from beginning to end that contain, it's like a class with the start and end timestamps of each word, and then the word. And we can easily determine the next word by just advancing one in the list, and the previous word by unadvancing one in the list. The hard part is, how do we determine the end of an utterance? We could use our I don't know why that exists in this vocabulary. Removing from suggesting. Yeah. That's that word does not mean wrapping. It is one of those things that you should never do. Also, this should be capitalized. Which is not in the data, so I have to do that too. Nope, not gem boy. All right. So I think the way that we do this is we do public class word, or let's say subtitle data, right? And subtitle data has public class subtitle word, right? Which has a public string content, public float start public float end, which will default to 0.0f, 0.0f. Content will default to nothing, right? So we have a list of subtitle word words. This will be public. We'll have a public static subtitle data read from file string path, string file contents, which will read as an array of lines, equals file.read all lines of path. Subtitle data equals new. For each var s in file contents, if string.is null or white space of s, then continue. Else, string array parts equals s dot split on a colon. No. If not s dot contains a colon, then continue. Erase invalid lines. String time portion equals s dot substring of 0 to s dot index of the first colon. So now time portion equals something like that. So string time parts equals time portion dot split on a hyphen with string split options dot trim entries. Float start equals float dot parse time parts at 0, and the end is time parts at 1. If time parts dot length is not 2, then continue. Invalid line. String content equals s dot substring of s dot index of the first colon plus 1 dot trim. Subtitle word equals new, where content equals content, start equals start, and end equals end. And then what we can do is data.words.add of word. And then what we'll do at the end is data.words.order by x.start, which I think is an in-place order. No, it's not. Can I do sort? x.start is less than y.start. I think that works. We can check. I forgot I can't put a 1. That puts it in reverse order, actually. Let's say whenever I've learned or seen that tells that whoever put me here is made. Till this day, whatever I have learned or seen that tells me whoever put me made a mistake. No, I mean, it's actually a pretty common error. A strong error universe? Nah. I want to try float array data equals 14.0, 7.0, 5.0, 9.0. Data dot sort. I'm gonna have to using system dot link data dot sort. No, it is in the right order. Okay. So theoretically, this is an ordered list of data in the right direction. Now we need to return data. Now what we can do is subtitle word previous, subtitle word current, subtitle word next, get words from a float timestamp. I think we're not matrix, just people in power are stupid and work for their self-interest. Yes, 100%. I don't need to make all of these fully new declarations. All right, each of these will be set to null to begin with. And it'll end with return previous current next. So current equals words dot first or default such that x timestamp is greater than x dot start and timestamp is less than x dot end. So if this is null, then there is no current word. Next will equal, actually what we'll do is that previous will equal well, we'll do this. Private float padding, or we'll call it threshold. I don't know, man. Equals 0.7 F. 700 milliseconds is the amount of time it will check. So previous will equal current will equal x dot end is greater than current dot start, otherwise timestamp minus threshold. Well, no, because that doesn't work, does it? No, we want the first that its end is and x dot start is less than current dot start, otherwise timestamp. Okay, let's do this. Float current start equals current dot start, otherwise timestamp. Okay. So previous is the end is greater than current dot start, which is the end of the current word. So it would be current. It needs to be less than current start. And x dot start is less than current start, which means that this will be the previous word, but it also needs to be last or default. And then next will be first or default that the end and start are greater than current start. If previous dot end, or if current start minus previous dot end, if previous is not null and current start minus previous dot end is greater than threshold, then previous is null. And if next is not null and current start or current current end, if next dot end minus current dot end, otherwise int dot min value, no, say negative 9999 is greater than threshold, then next is null. The idea is that current start is guaranteed to have a value, but current end doesn't. I mean, we could make a current end. Just do this as current end. The idea is that hopefully this will return a set of words that make sense. Hopefully. So we can try this really quick by loading the entire thing into C# interactive. The subtitle data equals subtitle data dot from file, and we will load in our good old data dot text. I can read data, right? Do data dot words. Is this private? Fuck me, it's private. It needs to be public. All right, from the top. Get words. And we'll say the timestamp is 81. It is null, null, null. Okay. Data dot words. Okay. Try data dot get words at 71. Okay, we got words. I tried to edit a save file. It took me hours to find the right value to edit, but when I tried to start the game, the whole application fucked up. Yeah, a lot of save files will have checksums so that they can determine whether or not they've been damaged or modified. Reinstalls fix the problem? That's strange. I wouldn't expect that to fix the problem. Okay, so for an animation renderer, here's how we're gonna do this. We're going to make public void set data, subtitle data, data. So let's make it a new. Float timestamp equals frame divided by FPS. So I'll make this a float. Subtitle word, previous, next, current, previous, next, or previous, current. I said current, next, equals data.getWords at timestamp. So just for shits and giggles, we're going to do previous dot content, current dot content, next dot content. And this should be something we can fully load. Oh, thanks for lurking. This should, it's not going to look good, but it should just work. Maybe. So in order to test it, we're just going to have form 1 straight up load the same file. Delete the previous file and restart the application. Yeah, it'll be new, but at least I won't try it again. Yeah, but if editing your save caused the application to fuck up, reinstalling the application shouldn't fix it if you're using the same save. We're going to see if this works. Oh, it also needs to offset everything by the minimum. Yeah, we need to do that. Also, this needs to be split to a different file, wherever I put the subtitle data. And really everything needs to be in a different file. But where did I put it? It's in here. All right. That should fix that. And we want the entire thing. Oh my god. The one I forget to write a question mark on. Dicks. All right. We're going to set the length to be 128. Nope, actually, it should be like 70. We'll set it to 80 seconds. And we'll see how that looks. So, captioner, bin debug, progress bar 1.ffv1. There is certainly something, but I think I forgot to set the font size to be 72 again. And I did. I'm using that save, just nuke the whole thing, start anew. Damn. I think I need to make the font size small too. It is passable. It's not great. I'm just really surprised it worked at all, if I'm being honest. Hmm. So I do notice a couple weird things. It has a tendency to desynchronize just a little bit. And I think I know how to fix that. So if we go to subtitle data, we have this determinism, which, okay, so if current exists, if current is not null, then int index equals words.index of current. If index is not 0, then previous equals words at index minus 1. If index is not words.length minus 1, then next equals words index plus 1. This has to be not equals, not is not. This might be count. It is count. Okay. Else, we do this weird determination. This will force it to be generally close to where, like if we have a current, it'll lock it to be the current thing, and it won't be able to, so now the problem is it's showing words that are far away. Where Femboy come from? One of my viewers was named Femboy Collector. There's an issue here. So let's do this. If current is not null and next is not null, if next.start minus current.end is greater than threshold, next is null, or next equals null. And likewise, if current is not null and previous is not null, then if previous dot end, if current dot start minus previous dot end is greater than the threshold, then previous is null, which overrides this behavior. Okay. Hmm. Are there holes of less than a second? Like less than a little, it's just very short holes? What I'm seeing is that current will be emptied. Yeah, like right here. This is part of the same utterance, but because there's a hole of 400 milliseconds here, there's several frames where there's nothing current, and it shows both of these lines, and it's very disorienting. And right here, there's 20 milliseconds where there's no utterance here. Make sure to keep social distance, even though that cutie, like, at least keep them 1 light year away. I mean, that's just called isolation. So I think we need to do a little bit more thinking here. The problem is we can land in one of these holes, which causes the subtitles to be very, very weird. So we can either how do we want to handle this? Hmm. The current is the first word where, or the last word where the timestamp is greater than the start. If timestamp minus current dot start is greater than threshold, then current equals null. Isolation, no wonder I feel uncomfortable talking to people. Yeah, it's one of those things you kind of have to learn. How is this gonna make it behave? I think this is gonna make it weirdly, like, jittery. I render this again because I changed the code while it was rendering. See, here's the problem, right? Neither one of these words are close enough to be in the thing here. Hmm. So if timestamp minus current.end is greater than the threshold, which is 0.7, 700 milliseconds, we unset current. If current existed, so it wasn't unset, then we set the previous and next to be the neighbors of that current word. Otherwise, we try to determine it based on the timestamp. Instead, what I'm going to do is comment this code. We won't attempt to set it if we didn't find it through neighborism. Grammar getting worse. I mean, grammar's hard. Hmm. Okay. So the problem is it's scrolling too fast. If you're not ready to read it, or if you're listening without audio, you can't read it in time. But who's to say we can't be a little bit editorial with our input data here? We can kind of accumulate the data. So we can say, okay, maybe each line has to have a minimum duration, or maybe they have to have a minimum length. Probably duration. Let's say each line has to have a second of duration or something. And if our data doesn't have a second of duration, we keep adding more words to it. So, the way this would work is, okay, by sleep calling, don't want to wake up late for work. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. So we make a new subtitle word here. What we do is if word dot start, hold on. We need to make this nullable and set it to null. If word is null, word equals new. I keep writing word and it keeps filling in a bunch of garbage. Good luck, may devil bless you. I don't think I need the blessing of the devil here. Start equals start. End equals end, and content equals content. If word dot end minus word dot, actually we'll do this outside. If word dot end minus word dot start is greater than 1, then we will commit the word. Otherwise, we also need a flag to see whether or not we just created it. If created, word continue. Else, which is implicit, we will do word.content plus equals space plus content. And then word.end equals end. Okay. So this will add the word, and then we'll set word equals to null. So now the idea is if we load in a new file by changing the bar size a little bit, we should be able to force it to be groups of words instead of just single words. Problem we'll see is that there's spillage. The word funny will include a lot of things next to it. So what we need to do is if word end minus word start is greater than 1, or start is greater than, or start minus word dot end is greater than threshold, then we commit the word. Which means now if we run it again, it should be a little bit more restrictive with how long it will continue to take words. The word funny should now be alone. Doesn't even appear. It is dropping a lot of words. What if we set it to threshold? Problem now is that the words are so long that they're exiting the layout rectangle. Here, we'll set it to 48 point. Should fix that. Word funny is not being included. Why are several words just lost? Hold on. If word is null, then we create a word. Does that fix it? The word funny. Oh, it's funny. That's not too bad. The word use is still lost, unfortunately. But that's not terrible. What do you think? Good. Let's try getting a little bit freaky with it and changing the colors. Problem is, I don't actually know what color it uses, so I'm gonna have to press all of them into different colors. So green, blue, and pink. Because I don't actually know which one it uses. It's apparently the blue one, which is the bar color. Uh-oh. I've angered VLC. I tried to skip further than it had written. There we go. Okay, I'm trying this, which is the same thing, but I put an outline on it. Okay, we're gonna need to turn up the font size. The stroke width is only 2 pixels. Kind of a little freaky there. Okay. So the question now, if we put that over the video, will it look? Okay. So let's open. Where's my? Okay. I'm gonna load this file, which is still named progress bar. I should probably change that. That's pretty good. All right. So I think I know how to make this better. And it's really, really simple. And it's better now. Now the stroke width can be really high without annihilating the content of the actual captions. Anyway, to the end of showing you how the captions look, here it is. Hayden Live. I'm kind of indifferent to it, but if we play this, here we go. Is this ant saying things? I have him muted because that's how I exported the audio.
I think it's pretty funny. Femboy Collector, what do you think about this? You have a guitar and you tune a couple strings up half a note, not like a sharper flat, halfway to a sharper flat. And you tune a couple of the other ones down half a note. And that's how you play. I have a lot of great tuning ideas. Well, look, we can make tuning even worse.
Here, I'll unmute it.
What if we make it non-deterministic?
You hurt my head.
Hear me out. E standard cancel G, which is you tune to E standard, but the G string is whatever it was at before you started tuning.
I mean, that lines up pretty damn good.
You quite clearly left with a G string to begin with.
I'm on coffee. I'm having dangerous thoughts right now. Making tunings that nobody should ever use.
So we did lose the word use, but I don't think that's terrible.
What if we make it non?
I don't think that's the worst. And theoretically, we could go even lower with the size by like cutting down the vertical size even more. So we could even make it faster. It only took like 12 seconds to generate the entire video. Like, that's not terrible.
Strings up half a note, not like a sharper flat, halfway to a sharper flat. And
the hard part is, how do we want the text to look? I can't do a whole lot of super effects, right? I can't do like, I don't even think I could do blurs with GDI+. I mean, I could probably just copy it to the CPU and do it there, but like, you know, we're trying to be fast. So, no. It is passable. You have to choose colors. And we don't actually have to. It could even be a random color every time that it plays another line. But I think that'd get annoying. Also, colors are a good way to do speaker identification. But it does work. The only thing that kind of sucks is that getting the captions to be required a decent amount of editing. And ideally, you'd be able to edit those captions in the file, or like in the caption video generator, not having to do it in a text file. I mean, ideally, you'd be able to load captions by not having to name them G:/ short captioner / short captioner / data.txt, but we'll get there. I mean, the short captioner itself, like the caption generator, has to it doesn't even allow you to do different files, I don't think. But anyway, like it does work. This is passable. And we could do even more complicated things, like the further away you are from the next line, it fades in maybe. We could even have the lines move into place instead of just snapping into place. There's a lot we can do for animation on this, but the animations make it slower to export by a significant margin because we're not. Actually, I guess there's not really a significant margin, is it? Because we're not. There's no optimization here. We could probably optimize it by not redrawing the frame every frame, but I mean, it's kind of a good idea not to optimize it. We're gonna end up. I want to put like more effects, so like maybe if you're very loud or something, because we could do VAD and like volume metering. So maybe if you're very loud, it'll shake the text instead of just being there or something. I'm not a very loud person though, so I don't know. But I would like to have it be pretty a lot of analysis and try to figure out the best way to show it. But I've been live for what, 5 hours? 5 hours now. I think it is time for me to go the fuck to well, not really to sleep. I'm not about to go to sleep, but there are things I can't work on stream that I would like to get some progress on because I haven't made very much progress and it's been a long time. Like I've been dragging my feet and I really do need to make some progress. So I'm gonna go do that. But yes, everybody, thank you so much for watching. We need to find someone to raid, don't we? It is currently 3:49 a.m. So let's see who's online. Geo is playing Marvel Rivals. We could raid Geo. Geo is actually the only person with a single-digit viewer count, so we're gonna go raid him. We gotta get those numbers up, Geo. He's only been on for 30 minutes. That probably explains it. But everybody, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a great day. We will be live again in like 20-ish hours. I don't know what we'll be doing. Could be more development. Could be editing the shorts because I still have to publish. Like look, I've published this short. There are a lot more shorts in here for me to publish. I need to get that done. Everybody, here's our raid message. If you're not a subscriber, that's fine. Let me get the actual raid. We use France now. Yeah, there's our raid message. If you're not a subscriber, that's fine. It's just everything except for the France. But yes, everybody, thank you again, and I will see you next time. Bye.